Excuse me. I just did a very Garfield-like burp. Alright. Hello, Peter the Cat here once again. Happy 4th of July, everyone, or not so happy because that big ugly bill just passed. Yeah, so... I have some kind of sad news since, I was talking about, the Fantastic Four movies, and I mentioned the Secret Wars comic. Well, it's kind of unfortunate timing. Let me just shrink this down. Show the news. Oh, let me close my blue sky. Yeah. Before I get to the, all the stuff with Laura Loomer, I just wanted to show, the day before I did my Fantastic Four stream, the guy who wrote Secret Wars, Jim Shooter, just died at age 73. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate timing. And here it just summarizes his career at Marvel, how he started off as a teenager, and then he wrote, Secret Wars and many other comics. And if you look on YouTube, there's comic fans talking about him. I think there's one video I'm trying to called Jim Shooter, hero or villain or something, because apparently he was kind of hard on other people at Marvel. But still, his passing is a tragedy. And then, apparently this just happened. Let me scroll up. The guy who plays Doctor Doom in the 2005 and 2007 Fantastic Four movies also just recently died. Julian McMahon. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but yeah. He just suddenly died. And according to this, he was battling cancer for some time. I guess kind of similar to how who was the guy that played Black Panther? Chadwick Boseman, yeah. He was battling cancer for several years before he passed away. Yeah, so that's pretty sad. Yeah, but I don't know, a month or two ago, he gave an interview, or maybe it was last year. I don't remember. I showed it in my last stream that Julian Mahone was asked what he thought about Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom, and he was like, "Oh, I'm okay with it." Yeah, so a little sad he won't live to see Doomsday come out. Yeah, so yeah, rest in peace, Jim Shooter and Julian McMahon. Yeah, let's see what people are saying. Oh, the song I was singing to myself. Yeah, I don't know. It's the song I was singing to myself. Well, since it's 4th of July, I was listening to Marilyn Manson's song "We're From America." Yeah, yes, I know the abuse allegations, but this is an album that came out before that. Yeah, before I learned about it, that's when I. But anyway, this honestly, High End of Low is, in my opinion, one of his worst albums. But "We're From America" is just really strange of a song because I don't know. To me, it feels like a song Manson would have maybe written in the '90s, but done in his 2000s style. It's a very strange song, and I don't know. It's much goofier compared to the rest of the songs on this album. Yeah, if I look up the lyrics. Oh, geez. Maybe it would be better if I looked them up on the computer, because they're really tiny. Yeah, we're from America, we're from America. Where litter is literature. No, where literature is litter. Lines like that. Just really, really goofy lyrics compared to the rest of this album. Yeah. But I like the line, America eats its young, things like that. Where we don't like to kill our unborn, we need them to grow up and fight our wars, which, when I first heard that, I thought that was just a satirical line from Manson, but I think there are some Republicans that, have actually made that argument against abortion. We need people to grow up and fight our wars. Yeah, if I search, I could probably find who it is exactly that said that. But anyway, let's go on to today's topic. Yeah. Let me shrink this down. Actually, maybe I should bring up the Wikipedia page before I show off what set this off exactly. Yeah, here we go. You've probably not heard of this person. We're going to be looking at this ghoul named Laura Loomer. Well, let me show what it is that set this off. For those of you who don't know, there's like, I don't want to spoil, shoot, where is it? Yeah, I'm just, well, I have it here. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, she's this right-wing activist. She used to work in some organization called Project Veritas that did, like, sting operations where they would send one of their quote-unquote reporters in, like, I don't know, some liberal offices or something, or Democrats, and try to get them to say something embarrassing on camera, and then present it out of context and say, we're doing a sting operation, we're revealing, how bad this organization is or something. But usually these clips were, like, edited badly in manipulative ways. And the Project Veritas itself, if you read their Wikipedia or look at some breakdowns of them on YouTube, they're quite pretty crazy. I think they closed, I don't know, like their founder James O'Keefe, I think his name was like, I think he was exposed for like having crazy sex parties or something. Again, these are the people who claim to be uber Christian and everything, and yet behind the scenes they're drinking and having all sorts of crazy sex and stuff like that. But anyway, recently, like I think Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, like approved these what are basically we can call concentration camps to hold illegal immigrants. And Laura Loomer tweeted this. Shoot. Oh well, I'm honestly surprised that this is being marked as this violates X's standards against hate speech or violent speech or something, which is insane because this is a website now owned by Elon Musk. But anyway, she says, alligator lives matter. The good news is alligators are guaranteed at least 65 million meals if we get started now. Now, why did she choose the number 65 million? You gotta wonder. And, well, if you read the comments below, reason why is because, okay, let me find the mouse. There we are. 65 million. That is the number of Hispanics and Latino people in the United States. Yeah, so basically, she's basically, I guess, viewing all Hispanic or Latino people as illegal aliens who need to be fed to alligators. Yeah, you can see why some people see this and say this is kind of genocidal sounding. By the way, Laura Loomer, I'll go over her biography on Wikipedia. She's Jewish, by the way, and she's basically wants to kill a whole entire group of people here in America, or making a joke or something. I don't know. Is this a joke or something? It's like, this is crazy. But we go over. Well, I'll go over her biography on Wikipedia, and you'll see that comments like this is actually normal for Laura Loomer. Yeah, she is a fucking creep. Yeah, I got a couple websites open. There's Rational Wiki and Media Matters, which basically go over a lot of the really crazy things she said. But I'll just go over Wikipedia since I'm not sure I'd say this is exactly the most unbiased. Well, saying they're unbiased is all sources are biased, but it's like you got to check the sources. But yeah, it basically goes over her career, that she's been on Project Veritas, Geller Report, Rebel News, InfoWars with Alex Jones. Yeah, let me bring the camera a bit closer just so, it doesn't look like I'm constantly going off camera looking at my computer trying to read it. Yeah, and Laura Loomer being on InfoWars is pretty ironic. I have an older video years ago where I looked at, I went over Alex Jones's history, and he's had people, I think his name was Tex Mars. He used to collaborate with people like that, and Tex Mars was like a full-on Holocaust denier and was like completely crazy and published all these articles saying, Jews worship all these satanic and pagan gods, and just saying the most absolutely unhinged shit. And yet this is someone who Alex Jones considered a friend, and Laura Loomer is okay appearing with Alex Jones, and isn't like she's supposed to be this Jewish and Zionist and everything, and she's not like asking questions about who she's appearing with. Yeah, Alex Jones. I showed him that old video that Alex Jones kind of plays both sides and flip flops. You can find like old statements where he's against Israel and then he's pro-Israel. It's like he's trying to appeal to all the conspiracy theorists there are, I think. But let me go in. There's a lot of things about misinformation she spread. Early life and education. Born in Tucson, Arizona, and then activities. That's just going over all her. The one thing I remember, like I don't remember if it was 2018 or 2019. She got banned from Twitter for something or temporarily suspended, and she then put on this publicity stunt where she went to Twitter headquarters, and remember, this is before Elon owned Twitter, and she like handcuffed her to the Twitter's doors or something as a protest. It's really weird. But let's go over some of her views. This Wikipedia summarizes her, I guess, her career in the past couple years, but let's just go over her views. Conspiracy theories and misinformation. Loomer has claimed that school shootings in February 2018 in Parkland, Florida, May 2018 in Santa Fe, Texas, were staged, and that the perpetrator of the 2017 Las Vegas shooting was affiliated with ISIS. She claimed on Twitter that crisis actors were used in the Santa Fe school shooting. So I can see why she'd be friends with Alex Jones, since Jones is someone who's often used the crisis actors conspiracy in several of these tragedies. Okay, July 2018, Loomer said that a man arrested in South Dakota with bomb-making equipment and illegal weapons had been a leftist Antifa terrorist. According to the man's social media activity at the time and per his brother, he was a conservative who despised liberals and Antifa. During the 2018 United States mail bombing attempts, Loomer falsely said that the bombing attacks were a false flag operation orchestrated by Democrats. In 2023, Loomer accused Casey DeSantis, wife of presidential candidate and Trump competitor Ron DeSantis, of exaggerating her bout with breast cancer to boost her husband's presidential campaign. Okay, and following the 2023 Hamas-led attack on Israel, Loomer and other right-wing influencers amplified a false story claiming that October 13, 2023 was to be a global day of jihad, a story that motivated a 71-year-old landlord in Illinois to stab to death a 6-year-old boy in an attempt to murder his Muslim mother, who were his tenants, after a fatal car crash in Long Beach on October 14th. Loomer said that the crash was Islamic terrorism, claiming that the police had a gag order. Police later stated that there were no indication that the incident was an act of terror nor associated with the current violence in Israel. Yeah, I'm sorry that if this is really heavy stuff, but it's like, dude is unhinged. Like, I can see why Laura Loomer would get along with Alex Jones, because these are the types of... These are the kinds of stories that Alex Jones would like promote, saying this is a false flag or controlled opposition or something. There's also things on. I'm not going to go over every single thing she said, but like let's just skip down to. Oh, then there's explanations of her bans and removals. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just skip down to. Oh, and then lawsuits. I'll just skip down to her reviews, and just go skim over that and just see what kind of person she is. Yeah, because saying she wants Hispanics fed to alligators is like, that is just normal for her. She's that nuts. Okay. Loomer has been described by various sources as far-right, a white nationalist, including by herself, as well as alt-right and alt-light, and has described herself as a proud homophobe. Oh, no, Islamophobe, my bad. Cultural critic James Wolcott called her a raging zealot intent on becoming an agent provocateur. Loomer has denounced the alt-right and alt-right and publicly repudiated white supremacist Richard Spencer, who coined the term, and refused to share a stage with him in 2017. A tweet by Spencer, referenced by a number of associated individuals, classifying them as alt-right. This included Loomer, who is characterized as a Zionist fanatic. However, Loomer has indicated she supports white nationalism, claiming it is distinct from white supremacy, and that white nationalists indeed need effective leaders, people who aren't Richard Spencer, people who aren't James Alsup, to effectively convey that message. She also reportedly close to white nationalist and anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, toasting him for the hostile takeover of the Republican Party in 2024. Yeah, this is a weird thing. Like, even though she's Jewish and Zionist, apparently she's like kind of gets along with white supremacists. And by the way, the whole thing with white nationalists isn't the same as white supremacy. That's just bullshit. I remember there was the person. Yeah, let me bring up. Yeah, I remember that apparently. This is from what I've read, but apparently they're trying to rebrand white supremacy as white national. The difference is, white supremacy is supposed to be people that think that white people are better than everyone else, while white nationalism is like the people that just want a white ethno-state or something. And the way that racists will try to claim that they're different things. They'll try to claim that we just want a state for white people. We're not saying that we're better than everyone else, but that's basically a lie. Apparently this attempt to rebrand white supremacy as white nationalism was started by I think his name was Don Black, a kind of ironic name, the founder of a website called a racist website called, I think it was Stormfront or something. But Don Black's kid, Adrian Black, I think. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm getting the name right. Yeah, Adrian is trans, so if you look Adrian up, there'll be websites that have their... Unfortunately, the stream crashed here temporarily, so whatever Peter was saying was lost. But the basic point being made was that Adrian saw how her white supremacist father tried to rebrand their movement as white nationalism. Right-wing hacks like Laura Loomer may claim that white nationalism isn't the same as white supremacy, but in reality, they're the same movement, and so Laura is either unaware or ignores the origins of this rebranding. A couple months after this stream, we had the Young Republicans chat leak, with Republicans making racist and anti-Semitic comments, and Candace Owens, with the help of the now resigned Joe Kent, recent revelation, sowing discord among MAGA by spreading conspiracies about Charlie Kirk being assassinated by Israel, and Laura Loomer tweeted that she was shocked that so many Republicans are now anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. And my reaction is basically, dude, you broke bread with these people for years. You didn't care when they were bigoted against black people, Hispanics, Muslims, and other minorities. But now you're shocked the leopards have come to eat your face as well, to cite the overused phrase. You should have seen this one coming. To learn more about Laura Loomer that I didn't cover, I recommend this Hysteria video that came out last February, Everything You Didn't Know About Laura Loomer's Past. We now return to the original stream. I mean, white supremacy and white nationalism, no matter how they try to rebrand it. Yeah, and let's see. Now, I'll continue reading Laura Loomer's Wikipedia, and and there's also, like, in the sources, they actually have a recording of Laura Loomer saying this stuff on, I think the website's called Angry White Men. Interesting blog, but yeah, I'm not going to go over every single stupid thing she said. You can read the Wikipedia page for yourself. I'm just doing highlights. Yeah, anti-Muslim views. Laura Loomer has repeatedly espoused anti-Muslim views. On November 1st, 2017, the day after a terrorist attack in New York City, Loomer tweeted that she was late to a conference because she could not find a non-Muslim cab or Uber or Lyft driver. After it became known that the suspect in the attack was a former driver for Uber, she called for the creation of a new ride-sharing company that did not employ Muslims. Her day-long tweet storm blamed all Muslims for the activities of radical Islamists such as ISIS. Subsequently, both Uber and Lyft announced that she had violated their guidelines and was banning her from using their service. So that's one of her many bans. She described herself on Twitter at the time as a hashtag proud Islamophobe and called for a complete and permanent ban on Muslims entering the United States. Well, as we know, Donald Trump has a lot of business ties in countries like Saudi Arabia, so that's why they're not under his Muslim ban. Yeah, so he won't ban you if you're like trying to enrich him or something. And she promoted the conspiracy theory that Ilhan Omar, a Democratic representative, married her brother in order to I don't know, abuse some sort of immigration loophole to come to America. It's a really bizarre conspiracy theory. Of course, not true. It kind of sounds like the conspiracy that Obama is a Kenyan Muslim, but like even crazier somehow. Yeah. And then let's see. Yeah, it's just more about the. I think there was something more. The primary. And I'll skip to more recent. After, I might say this name wrong. After Zoran Mamdani won the 2025 New York City Democratic mayor primary, Loomer attacked Mamdani over his Muslim beliefs, saying there will be another 9/11 in New York City, and he'll be to blame. She further predicted that New York City will be destroyed and that Muslims would be committing jihad all over New York. Loomer also accused Mamdani of having ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, suggesting that the Trump administration could criminally charge him, falsely accusing Mamdani of terrorism. She really does not like Muslims. And then the white nationalism section. Again, remember, she's Jewish. This is pretty crazy. Loomer has described herself as pro-white nationalism, stating her belief that liberals and left-wing globalist Marxist Jews don't understand the difference between white nationalism and white supremacy. I just explained they're basically the same thing. That's just a false distinction they try to make to, try and make themselves sound better. Loomer has described her belief that this country was built on the white Judeo-Christian ethnostate, and immigration and all these calls for diversity is starting to destroy this country. Loomer called into an InfoWars interview with Kanye West to express her support for West's right to free speech, declaring herself sympathetic to West. Earlier in the interview, West had praised Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. In response to Loomer's defense of him, West told Loomer, "I love you." And then she spoke at a white supremacist publication, American Renaissance. She's just... It is really bizarre. Like, I've again, in my old Alex Jones video from years ago, I mentioned, I think his name was Henry Mackau, another conspiracy theorist Alex Jones used to be friendly with, but now Henry Mackau hates Alex Jones and considers him a Zionist shill, like conspiracy theorists stabbing each other in the back, basically. But Henry Mackau is like also apparently of Jewish descent, but holds really anti-Semitic beliefs. So it's like, it's weird that to find people that what TV Tropes calls boomerang bigots, basically. And again, it's really bizarre that Laura Loomer would apparently defend Kanye West, despite all the crazy stuff he's said. This is Laura Loomer. I wouldn't be surprised. Might be one of those people that's like, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic, but then she'll defend Kanye West and a lot of white nationalists who are all anti-Jewish. But if you listen to the audio that I was talking about earlier, apparently she says she's okay with white nationalists because she believes in a Jewish ethno-state for Israel. And it's like, well, if we can have an ethno-state, then white people should have an ethno-state. She's just completely crazy. Like, yeah. And, I don't know if I want to go over all of this. Oh, yeah, and then, of course, it mentions the alligator Alcatraz thing. And then COVID-19. Yeah. Loomer downplayed the severity of COVID-19, writing in December 2020, "I hope I get COVID just so I can prove to people I've had bouts of food poisoning that are more serious and life-threatening than a hyped-up virus." In September 2021, she said she had become ill with the virus and was battling it with a variety of preparations, including some shown to be infective. I'm guessing the horse dewormer was ivermectin. I'm going to guess she probably used that. She announced via Telegram that she was in great pain and requested that people pray for her. After contracting the virus, Loomer continued to maintain that COVID-19 vaccines are unsafe and ineffective and said she would refuse to get one in the future. Yeah, in case you don't know, COVID-19 can do... It's not just a lung disease. It can do, like, heart scarring, damage to your organs, nerve damage, brain damage. There's some people with long COVID that, like, feel like they're always tired, or they're struggling with brain fog. It's not... COVID is not just the flu or just a cold. It can... people will be affected differently, but it can do some serious damage, especially if you get it more than once. Yeah, that's... There's a reason why the so-called Herman McCain Award exists. Yeah, and then Democrats, according to Media Matters, Loomer has said that if you don't vote for Donald Trump, then you just hate this country. Loomer claims that the Democratic Party is supportive of Jews getting wiped off the face of the earth, and that Jews who vote for Democrats might get as well just go put yourself in a gas chamber yourself if this is how you're going to behave. Responding to interviewer Tim Pool's suggestion that Donald Trump make lists of Democrats who should be put in jail, Loomer said that Trump should have these Democrats executed for treason. Okay, just again, remember, Donald Trump, January 6th, stole a bunch of documents, the Signalgate thing, like, yeah, really? Yeah, I'm not sure I want to go much. And then, of course, Pope Leo XIV. Loomer disapproved of the selection of Pope Leo XIV, who she described as just another Marxist puppet in the Vatican, and anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, pro-open borders, and a total Marxist like Pope Francis. Yeah, again, I should also, like, comment that, these Marxist conspiracy theories, like, people that are really, really obsessed with saying Marxists are everywhere, tend to be hella anti-Semitic, because Karl Marx was Jewish, but he was also an atheist, and I think Marx was, ironically, himself kind of anti-Semitic back in the 1800s. But very often, because Marx was a Jew, they're crazy people who think, well, that means communism itself is Jewish. And Laura Loomer is, like, very worryingly basically just carrying water for a bunch of racists who would want to be racist towards her. Yeah, she is absolutely bonkers. Yeah. Again, I just skimmed over the Wikipedia, and there's, like I mentioned, there's Rational Wiki, Media Matters. The Angry White Men website will probably have articles about her. Like, I don't know. This is just hella crazy stuff. And it also mentioned that she used to be a 9/11 truther, or like she retweeted someone that was promoting like 9/11 was an inside job type conspiracies, and she appeared with Trump at an event commemorating 9/11 back in last September. And again, this is really, really strange. Like, simultaneously, she says that 9/11 was an inside job, so the government did it, but also she blames Muslims for 9/11. It doesn't make a lot of sense there. Yeah. And it's just, I don't, she just goes all over the place. Like, yeah. There's one particular YouTuber I watch, I think his name is Owen Morgan or something. He does a lot of videos, like debunking, a lot of these really crazy religious leaders that are like promoting Trump or other like really crazy right-wing political figures. I wonder if he's done any videos on Laura Loomer, because he does this expose of crazy right-wingers much better than I do. Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully Twitch doesn't like consider this I don't know, like this going over someone like this, like, I don't know, against their TOS or something. That's she is just bonkers. Okay, that's probably enough heavy stuff. Yeah. Oh, I should get a friend over here. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Just a moment. Yeah. Alrighty. I want to ask an actual alligator's opinion on Laura Loomer. Okay.
Where am I? Oh. Hello. I am Levy, the alligator. What is this? I'm live. Oh, neat. I just want to say, on behalf of the alligator population, that we do not approve of Laura Loomer. She is a crazy witch. Now, of course, I wish I could say a different word, but, shit. I need a fix my jaw. But we will not do your dirty work and eat the Hispanics. Go F yourself, Laura. Humph. Bye-bye.
Whew. Well, I escaped Peter's wrath this time. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that puppet show. Anyway, enough with Laura Loomer. She is crazy. Long story short. Yeah. I kind of have to debate with myself sometimes, is it worth covering crazy people like this? Because, you know, on one hand, you want to expose the bad stuff they say, but on the other hand, it's like, how much of it is just them saying shit to, rage bait and get attention? That's, yeah, kind of a paradox there. You know, maybe some of you have heard of, like, Poe's Law or something, where it's like, a parody of an extremist point of view is indistinguishable from a person that actually holds that point of view. I don't know if there's like a corollary about people who just say things for attention or something, and how, sometimes it might be indistinguishable from someone who actually holds those views, who's just saying it to be provocative and just, get more eyes on them, and someone who really holds those views. I don't know. I'll probably just cover Laura Loomer just this once and not talk about her again unless, I don't know, she does something really, really outrageous. I don't know, like, I don't know, she goes on a shooting spree or something. Not saying that she will, just like, if she does something really, really crazy again. More than just tweeting something stupid, I don't know. Alright, so anyway, let's just start the art portion of the stream. Yeah, let's go back to the egg. Alright, let me get my... Oh, let me open up GIMP here and show what I've made. I'm trying to find which one's the file? I shared this on Blue Sky and in some Discord channels earlier. Let me just... This is a mock-up of my Be Right Back screen. Okay, now I'll shrink down. Gratification is a drug. And in case you're wondering why I focused on Laura Loomer, it's because I myself am Hispanic, so yeah, a comment like that I'm not very happy with. Anyway, this is 8 frames. Here's play. I don't know how this will look on... Hopefully, Twitch doesn't like stagger or anything. But I showed myself doing the red lines for the eggs spinning around. And then I went on to imported that into my iPad and drew each frame, colored them and everything, shaded them, and turned it into a GIF. And I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, I was telling Wax Badger earlier that watching these eggs spin around, it made me think Zero's Pwns on from the X games, or well. He has several spinning attacks from X4, X5, X6, and X8. Not X7, because X7 is a 3D game, and I don't think he has a spin attack in that game. It's just 4, 5, 6, and 8. Pwns on, crescent slash. I forget what the slash attack in X6 is called, but it's like he can do it on the ground. And then X8, it's Ritsa Sutsen. Yeah, I don't know. You spin me right now, like a record, right, round, round. Do, 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 do. Yeah. me just... Now, what I want to add a background that'll go behind Domino. Yeah, this is just, this mock-up, it's just Domino pasted onto the blue background. Yeah, so, if I go back and let me show how I did my animation for my stream opening image. Now the closing animation, I just took a pixel art I did of Peter and Domino like ages ago and pasted that on several frames. But for the opening animation, let me see if I have which file it is. I've got several copies. Let's see which one it is. I want to do something similar, not this one. This one. Okay, these are just the frames themselves. But somewhere I have a file that's actually all these colored lines, the individual parts. This one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is how I animated this thing. I wish I'd shown this on stream, but I think I started with like just the blue parts, and then I'd add glowy bits in the center, and then pink stuff on the outside. And then I think I would start with the blue part, and then I'd draw the second frame. Now to help myself distinguish the first frame from the next frame I was drawing, I would often invert the colors so I can see better. And I did this several times. Like I did several versions just to seeing which I like best, and so I basically just repeated this for how many frames? I think was this 12 or 24? I don't remember. Okay, I did 12 in all. And I have color refs here, and also the size of each brush to use. Did I do? Is this an early version? I forget. Did I do? Oh, yeah, that would be an early version, because my final version I think has 24 frames. Yeah, I decided to make it 24 frames just so I thought doing 12 frames it looked too fast, and 24 it would be a bit. Okay, that's all the layers flattened. I don't remember which one's the 24 frame version. This one. Yeah, it's taking a while. Okay, this is the 24 frame version. So this was a lot of layers. There's probably an easier way to do this in photo. I know there's an way to do animation in Photoshop, but I basically just drew this frame by frame, and what I was trying to do, I don't know how many of you have played the game Earthbound, or at least familiar with it, but for those of you who've never played Earthbound, okay, let's get rid of Laura Loomer. Now let me start anew. Come on. I just want to Earthbound battle backgrounds. Yeah, I think for my opening animation I was taking inspiration from Battle with not Battle with the Mask. Well, Masked Man would be at Mother 3, but it's also used for I think Ness's Nightmare. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the one for Ness's Nightmare. Well, it'd either be Ness's Nightmare or oh, here we go. The Monty Monty statue. This is what I was thinking of. And a similar background is used for the fight against the Masked Man in Mother 3. Oh, God. I don't know if if there's audio with this video or not. Yeah, sorry we have to sit through an ad. I probably should have... Oh, wait, we can skip. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I always kind of had in mind. Not exactly doing the diamond shape, but just the color scheme. Blues and purples. Yeah, that's what inspired me to do this. But instead of like doing the diamond shape, I just did weird squiggly lines. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with my Be Right Back screen, though. Yeah. Oh. Hey, Tommy. Yeah. By the way, if anybody didn't know, Tommy Katzen is the one who helps me a lot with Spanish translations. Where's Gimp? Yeah, he told me that I'll be right back. In Spanish would be vuelvo enseguida. Yeah, I return soon. Yeah, I thought I would have to be something like voy a volver enseguida, or I'm going to return soon, but he just said, just conjugate volver, just make it regular I statement. Yeah, just conjugate it first person, normal. I don't need to add extra words. So that makes me happy. It's just a very simple phrase. All right, so... I guess I could... All right. I'll make this a new file. Yeah, just making this a new file, so I have the exact dimensions. And I'll see this one. Now, I had a reference somewhere, like everything combined. Oh, I can just do that here. I'm just using this as reference, so I know where everything will go. The reason I put that little red thing in the corner is just so I know exactly where the lines. There we go. Now, I've had an idea for what I want to do. Yeah, let me just a moment. Let me get something. Let me put some of these things away. Yeah, let me get something. Now, I had an idea, thinking of like referencing some of Paul McCartney's other albums. Since this is a reference to Back to the Egg, let me... should I just pull out a bunch of my Paul McCartney albums? Oh, shoot. I just noticed there's a dead bug on top of my little, I guess I might call it Morbius shelf, where I keep all my CDs. Yeah. I guess I'll embiggen this. Oh, welcome back, Difference Furry. But I was thinking of, like, what if I reference another one of Paul's albums? Since I'm referencing back to the egg with the eggs, like, what if I don't know, did something like Wildlife, the first Wings album, maybe a grassy background, or Red Rose Speedway, well, I guess a road or something. And this cover is glossy because on the back it's got Braille. I think it's like a message for Stevie Wonder or something. And, oh, one of my bootleg albums, Paul live in Belgium. Band on the Run. I don't know what I would do. I don't know, a spotlight or something. Then one hand clapping and a little angel. I'm not sure I'd do an angelic background. The one I was thinking of was maybe Venus and Mars. You know, something with a yellow and red, you know, balls or something in the background, or maybe something outer space-like. If you look at, you know, the way the title is, you see, you know, a bunch of little red and yellow dots, and I'm not sure how I describe the font here, but you can see on the inside, maybe something like that, I don't know. That's kind of what I was leaning towards, because that's one of my favorite Wings albums. Wings at the Speed of Sound. Yeah, this looks like a plain, kind of a plain cover, but apparently this is actually like supposed to be like a marquee or something on a movie theater, and like you see people in front of it. Yeah, I read somewhere that it's supposed to be a movie marquee, but I always thought the cover looked a bit plain. The back cover is a bit more interesting, where it's photos of Paul, Linda, Denny Lane, what's his name, Jimmy McMullough, and I think the other guy's name is Joe English. That was the Wings lineup at the time. Oops. Yeah, I gotta stack these somewhere else. Okay. Wings over America. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be an airplane or a train. Well, if it's Wings over America, I assume it's supposed to be a plane, but again, I'm not thinking like an airplane or something in the background. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, clouds or something. Then another bootleg, Wings London Town Sessions, which was for the album London Town. Yeah, I don't know, black and white would seem a bit boring. And then, of course, Back to the Egg, which I really love the cover to Back to the Egg. You have to open the booklet to see it. You know, I really don't like that the 1993 re-releases of Paul's albums, like, shrunk the cover down and just so they could say Paul McCartney Collection on the top. Like, I don't really understand that. I don't remember if these came in a box set or if they were sold individually. Because, it's a lot of Paul McCartney fans have been waiting for London Town and Back to the Egg to get reissues, because you can see, well, excluding the bootlegs and one hand clapping, like all of Paul's other Wings albums got like these re-releases where they had a lot of bonus features. And of course there's the special edition of Flaming Pie that I have, which is like, you know, tons and tons of bonus stuff. But these albums got that same treatment. I went with the cheaper option, just getting these little ones. But Paul did not do archive collection versions of London Town Back to the Egg. He ended this series with his Flaming Pie reissue, and now he's doing like a new set of reissues, and we're kind of hoping maybe he'll finally do some remasters or reissues or whatever of London Town and Back to the Egg. We don't know why Paul is kind of... There's Paul did have some statements where he wasn't very happy with Back to the Egg, since that was their last album and was kind of panned. Plus, then he was arrested in Japan for marijuana possession right after. So, if I wanted to reference another Paul album, I'd probably go with Venus and Mars. So maybe something with, I don't know, planetoids in the background. I do have some other bootleg albums. Like, maybe I can have a little diversion. Let's see. Yeah, just a moment. I have one more. It's a very odd Paul McCartney bootleg. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. And I have one John Lennon bootleg. So I'll go get that also. Where did I put it? Let's see. Ah, there it is. All right. Lost Lennon Tapes Volume 1. This is like, there was like a radio show in the 80s and early 90s where Yoko Ono aired a lot of John Lennon's unreleased music. And I think some of this material ended up on the John Lennon anthology. Yeah, it's... I think here this is mostly like some... like one-to-one radio spot outtake. I think some of this is like stuff recorded on the radio. And I'm not sure where a lot of these recordings came from. Like, the sleeve doesn't... There's no explanation of like what these recordings are supposed to be, but I'm gonna guess that these might be recordings from the one-to-one concert or something that John did in, what year was that? 1972 or 73? I don't remember. I think it was 72, because there was like a documentary that just came out talking about that concert. And then Paul McCartney, The Family Way. This was like I think music Paul composed for like, I don't remember if it was a TV show or a movie or something called The Family Way. But the weird thing is, these are like recreations of his music, not the original songs themselves. And then they have a bunch of original music for something else. It's really weird, but I decided to get it in. It looks like it's in French, and they have a special thanks to Paul McCartney on the inside. So I guess this was some sort of official release that Paul sanctioned. I don't know. And then I have Denny Lane, a tribute to Paul McCartney and Wings. This is like, I'm gonna guess, I googled this and I didn't find like, it didn't say this was an official Denny Lane release, but I'm gonna guess, I don't know, there must be some Denny Lane fans who got this, like Denny Lane just doing his own covers of various Wings songs and some of his own solo songs also. But there are some hints that this probably is a bootleg, because reading the ends, the liner notes or whatever, I can notice there are a couple errors, getting some dates wrong on some things. So this was, I don't know. I mean, these days there's the the Paul McCartney Project, which is like Paul McCartney's Wikipedia, that where people can like add their own facts and everything, like documenting like Paul recorded this on this day, and he on this day he recorded this outtake, and this bootleg album has these recordings. Like, wow, there are very, very meticulous Beatles fans out there. And then there's the Paul McCartney and Elvis Costello or McManus collaboration. This was for Paul's 1989 album Flowers in the Dirt, where he collaborated with Elvis Costello. Some of these tracks appear on the special edition version of Flowers in the Dirt. So a lot of these I have heard before, but there's also they also have some like live performances, which is really interesting. And then what I really like about this one, not only does it come with the music, it also comes with a very detailed like little booklet explaining the whole collaboration between Paul and Elvis Costello. Yeah, so adding a lot of context to what was going on. And then a bootleg of George Harrison's ill-fated 1974 Dark Horse concert tour. There was there was the concert from Bangladesh. Then he had the Dark Horse tour, and then George Harrison didn't tour again until his tour in Japan in like 1991 or 92. I don't remember, but this actually like looks very nice. Is there like a... I forget, does it come with line... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it comes with a poster. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Even though this isn't an official release, it's like whoever made this, like, did a labor of love and made this poster with it to make it feel almost like this is an official release. But they have George Harrison with Ravi Shankar and Billy Preston also. But... I don't know, it's amazing. Some of these bootlegs go above and beyond. Somewhere I also have a Sgt. Pepper's bootleg, where the cover has a bunch of marijuana plants on it. And they also have, like, clips of George Martin talking about the album, but it's clearly recorded in 1992 because George Martin says something like, I worked on this album 25 years ago, so I guess it was, like, excerpts from a documentary about Sgt. Pepper's, but those are some of the bootleg albums I own. I don't know. I just wanted to show some stuff off. Yeah, trying to think. Yeah. Alright, let's get to the animation bit. I mean, I may not know what I want to make, but... Well, first off, I don't want a black background. I mean, even though if I'm doing an homage to Venus and Mars... I mean, it is a dark background on this. I want, like, lighter. I was thinking, what if I made a totally red or totally yellow background? Let's just make it... Let's just make it a kind of a mid-blue. I don't know if I like the blue. Well, if I have a dark background, then anything really colorful will stand out more. I'll figure it out. Yeah, so if I have like, I've not like, I don't have a preset idea of what I want to do. I'll just figure out what I want. I do something yellowish orange for Venus and red for Mars. Another idea I had was like, what if I referenced Paul's album Driving Rain, but that's like a 2001 album. Like, do a background with that looks like raindrops or something. I'm just trying to like look at this and try to think of a way I could turn that into some sort of background. Like if this was somehow animated, it would look like a strange Earthbound background. How big is this? We'll just make it a nice round number, 460. Yeah. Let's just start with red dots, and then I'll figure out, like, maybe they're moving around or dancing or something.
just so I can see where the dots are. And they'll move in like random directions. And I'm inverting them just so I can see what layer I'm on. Yeah, maybe I'll have some of the dots like collide or something. So I have this one going this way. This one's going down. I'm just making something up right now. So this one, maybe, I don't know, the dots will orbit each other, or they'll collide. Oops. I might need, maybe I should, like, I'm thinking, should I like do diagrams or something showing which direction I want the dots to go in, or should I just make it random and chaotic? Because that's kind of what I was doing with the first background with all those weird streaks, just make them completely chaotic. I wasn't like doing keyframes and like, okay, I want, this frame will be this frame will be this, and then I do the in-betweens. I was just doing whatever came to mind. So maybe I'm not thinking of a particular Earthbound background either. I'll probably add other elements like maybe yellow dots dancing around. Oops. And later I might I'm trying to think, like, maybe it'd be better if I just had red dots randomly, flying around rather than just bumping into each other. Like, I'm just experimenting here. One dot is too far away from its starting position. Okay. Just experimenting. I might try something different where, like, maybe the dots are like raining down or something. They're moving more erratically. Excuse me. It's just 12 frames right now. I just want to see how this looks. Oops. It looks like a mess, I know, but Twitch stuff. There we go, Twitch art. Okay, let's see how this. Yeah, this is how I do. I make each of the frames for the animation. I have to duplicate the background. And flatten each frame. Oops. Down. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Preview. Down. It doesn't look too bad, but I need to make it look more interesting. It kind of looks to me like maybe atoms vibrating or colliding with each other. This could be interesting. I think I should like have them zip around a bit more. Make the paths like really erratic. Maybe have more of them too. Update your stream title category. Oh. Let's see. Maybe I should say trippy. Trippy. Oh shoot. Trippy animation stream. Yeah, it's not even 420. It's 7.4. Yeah. Huh. I wasn't sure if that'd be interesting, but I think this is a good start. I think I want to like add more dots or something. I need to get some water, just a moment.
Excuse me. Oh.
I'll just have it there just to stare at and contemplate. Yeah, I want more than just 5 of these. Maybe if I just added a bunch more, maybe make this dot smaller. Make the dots smaller so I can fit in more. $300 should be good. And just make this a new file. Make it more like this. Well, when we look too, yeah, these are too evenly spaced. Have some like start out already. Like some are already colliding or something. Yeah, something more like this. I'll add more colors later. And maybe I'll add like more dots in the background to like make this look like a big star field or something, or a big abstract field of something you're looking at. I do remember like it's probably on YouTube. Like years ago, I did this a flash animated project for an astronomy class, and like the way I ended it, I have like a zoom out of the solar system. It was I think it's called something like Life in the Universe, and it was inspired by, like, I think it's called the Powers of 10, where it zooms out from the Earth and from the galaxy and shows you the universe, like, and then it zooms back in, looking at a human cell or something, and going into inner space till you see the atoms or something. And that's what I was inspired from, just zooming out from the Earth and then the solar system, seeing the galaxy and all the galaxies in the universe. Maybe I could do something similar with this, where the dots are just random. I'll just keep this just so I can keep track of how many there are. Maybe, maybe some dots. I would in here. Just barely moves in. So I can just have the dots go around like randomly. Okay, I just see the stream disconnected, but now we're back, so that doesn't matter. Okay, I made a mistake accidentally drawing dots on the wrong layer, but that can be fixed. Okay, I'll just have to start that layer over. I really hate it when the stream just does that on me, disconnects for whatever reason. Oops. Okay. Yeah, just do something totally crazy. You have dots like suddenly appear and then leave. Going in. Yeah, maybe I should like be inconsistent with the number of dots also. And that would make it look even crazier. I don't know, like how much of it should the dots actually be moving, and then how much of it is where they just appear and they're chaotic. Yeah, I've got a stream on my phone going here. Watching someone on Twitch while I'm on Twitch. Yeah, that's... I'm not having a lot of collisions. I should add more. kind of just being random here. Oops. I think. Shoot. Come on. There we go. Yeah, now it's like I'm not caring about them actually moving. Now it's just they're going random. This looks a little too organized here, where it's like just a group of 9. So for the next frame, I'll break them up. Yeah, I want these to look kind of random, not organized. It's too organized, even if it's... That person's like playing I don't know what on stream. I'll look at how this looks in 12 frames. Then I'll add another 12. just see how this looks when I turn it into an animated GIF. And just have dots randomly dancing. I guess it will kind of look a bit like, kind of like this, but like imagine them being scattered all over the place. Again, I might do another version of this just to figure out like, what I want exactly. Should I have the dots move in a more organized way, or should I just have them be completely random? Where I actually look at, like each frame and make sure the number of dots is consistent, or should I just have it change and it's just completely bizarre. And we'll see how this looks. Just to make it easier to divide all the frames. Oops. Let's say this is blue 1. Duplicate. Blue 2. I could do this in GIMP. This will help me make out each layer a bit easier. See the divisions. Again, I don't know if I'll have blue as the actual background color. I might decide to change it to something else. I'm just having it blue as a stand-in. Domino here, I can kind of get an idea of how it would look. Now let's actually see how this will look animated. Whoops. I just saved it. Oh, damn it. Let's see how this looks. Way back. Looks a little too random to me. Maybe I should have fewer dots. Maybe they just wiggle around in place. This here is like you can't tell if they really are moving. Like maybe I should have the dots just randomly rain down in one direction, or I don't know. Fireflies in a jar. I think with random dots it gives more attention to Domino and his huevos. Yeah, just trying to figure this out. Or maybe I should just have this be my my screen. Just Domino against a sea of red. I hope it's not like too distracting. I'm just gonna mess around in Photoshop a bit, just trying to figure out what sort of. Maybe look at some Earthbound backgrounds for inspiration. Is there also a playlist for Mother 3 backgrounds? Mr. Batty Twist. I don't know if the music plays on my computer or not. Just to be safe, I'll turn down. Because I don't want to get a copyright struck. Yeah, things like this. Even though it's chaotic, it you know, you can see that there is there are patterns in the backgrounds. So it's like you can make sense of it. Things like that. If will it make me watch another ad? Oh. Actually, this one is like red and yellow. So imagine this as having this as your like desktop screensaver or something. There we go. I'm just trying to think, like... Like, what's a way I could have, like, a bunch of dots scattering and bouncing around that looks interesting to look at, but isn't just total randomness? That's what I'm struggling with. So I just have the dots just in random positions each frame. It'll just look like nothing. Whereas with the light, sort of those weird lightning bolt animations I was doing, it's like I was going over each frame. I guess I don't know, I just had a crazy idea. Like, what if I animate one dot at a time? Like, I draw a dot, then go over each frame. That would be really slow, but it would at least look like it makes sense. Like, maybe I just choose this dot. Okay, just making sure it wasn't on the same layer. I think, what if I moved one dot at a time? Like, I don't know, that dot moves off screen or something. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out... What if I just had 7 or 8 dots in one frame and just have those jump around? That way, it doesn't look like the number of dots is constantly changing. Oh, I can't step backwards anymore. I can hear some firecrackers going off. How many dots do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19. 19's not that bad a number. How about it just... As long as I just have 19 dots in frame, 19 or 20 dots. They look like they're moving randomly. Just trying to... How about I just so it doesn't look like... I'm just trying to figure out, like, what if I just kept 19 or so dots in each frame? So it doesn't look like dots are appearing or disappearing or something. One, two, three, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't know. It's starting to look too chaotic. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Huh. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. Oops. Okay, I'll just keep the same number of dots on the screen. In each frame, I'll just move them all in a random direction or something. Okay. Yeah, this is how I'll do it. Just have 19 dots In each frame, they move in a random direction. Like the previous times, I was like just kind of like adding dots randomly sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. One, two. Yeah, it's easy to lose track of the dots, which it's like if I see a pat, like some dots look too organized. I mean, maybe start at one side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Shoot. It's like I lose track of which dot is moving where. Crap. Oh, it's because this is on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. What I want to avoid is like having some dots stay in one particular spot for too long. 1, 2, 3. So these 3 to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Where's the 19th one though? Yes. Maybe I should like draw little diagrams, circles pointing to which dot is which and which direction they're going in. sure which ones haven't moved. I mean, I could probably just have a random dot. I don't know. Which dots are actually moving is left up to interpretation, I suppose. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, now it's starting to get a bit confusing which dots are moving and not. One, two, three, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10. Okay, I'm starting to lose track of which dots are actually moving. It's just as long as there's 19 in the group. The human eye could interpret them moving in any way. This might end up getting more random again. I'm not... Would a background this crazy be too distracting from Domino? Because I also have the eggs spinning as well. Maybe I should fade out the background or something, so it's not too distracting. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, now eventually you have to have a match frame 1 again, just so I can tell. I'll make an extra copy. And shift the color. Make it yellow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, maybe not 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, there's already 19. Alright then. Okay, so make some sort of frame where they're like in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Oops. Oops. Shit. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Need a 19th one. Oh, well. There, 19. Let's just look at this. Okay. Excuse me. See how this looks. see how this looks. Dancing Dots 3.0. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just throwing ideas out. I think I like this a bit better. Where they are kind of just bouncing around randomly. And later I can it does look a bit like they're fighting or something. Like having 19 of them. Like how they're moving exactly can... Like if you don't know that this is an animation loop, someone could interpret this as like... The balls could be moving in any direction or something. I'll add 12 more frames of this. I'm liking how this looks better. Because if this is going to be like... Because there's 8 frames of the eggs spinning. And 24, that would mean the eggs spin 3 times in a second. So let me... Excuse me. And then I'll add something else. Like maybe I'll add little red or yellow streaks in the background, just also flying around. Okay. I'll have this be 24. Maybe have that be layer 23. I don't know. I just know 24 is going to be the one that loops back to the beginning, so that's why I'm taking what used to be frame 12 and making that frame 24. Oops. Oh wow. Even though I was on layer 12, it renames it layer 25 because that was the layer number I was on instead of going back to layer 12. Okay, that's... Or maybe it's because the last layer I made was layer 24, picking up from the last layer I numbered. That's weird. Do I have to rename each one? Okay, we got a couple of them organized over here, 5 in a row, so let's break them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, No, we got a bunch of lines over there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19. Yeah, when I go over this later, I might add glowing parts to the red dots. And maybe maybe add some shiny, a shiny middle to them, and then maybe a red aura around each of them, like they're glowing in the dark or something. And I might add I don't know, yellow dots elsewhere that are also doing weird collisions. Let's add all the rest of the empty frames. Was watching this in a fireworks show at the same time. No issues recording video in the process. I'll have to send you the videos later, Dan. Okay. Yeah, sorry if I'm not reading the chat very much. I'm just Shoot. Okay, there we go. Bunch of empty frames that I can draw in. Let's move a few of these dots in this corner over here. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Excuse me. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Now, 19. There we go. It's like, I don't know, the dots have just moved to the empty spaces now. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Nope, no, 19. I forgot. Always supposed to be 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There we go. I want to avoid looking too organized, like you can, like making it look like clusters are forming, or like you can see lines like here. So again, maybe make the balls scatter. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's like I've kind of forgotten where the balls are moving. Like which one's which? I don't know if this will look too random again. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the first half will probably look okay. The second half will probably look really hella disorganized. One. Probably have some balls collide a bit more. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there's 19. Here we go. Go sing soprano for 5 hours after the stream is over. Soprano? What's soprano? I've heard of soprano, but not soprano. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19. Excuse me. Again, it's like I want to be careful, like if you can start seeing lines like this or structures, I don't want that. I want these dots to look like... Come to think of it, I might be thinking of another McCartney album unconsciously. It just occurred to me. It's the name... Oh, Great Mighty Poohs. I've never played Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I know there's a singing pile of shit in the game. I just thought... I could be thinking another McCartney album subconsciously. McCartney 1 with it's a photo Linda McCartney took of a bowl of cherries on a fence, I think. In the back is a photo of Paul with one of his children. I think I remember Paul mentioned, old man Paul mentioned, like during one of his concerts, they like displayed this image on like a view screen or something, but they actually managed to animate it or something, and Paul said he was freaked out by it, seeing this, picture of himself younger, like moving all of a sudden. I don't know, some deep fake stuff, I don't know. I mean, they did experiment with de-aging Paul in like one of his music videos for the remixed version of his album McCartney 3. where they had a younger version of him dancing around to a song he wrote in 2020, and it's really weird and uncanny. Like I don't know. Like Paul must have seen Rogue One, saw the de-aged version of Princess Leia, and thought, I want to do that. And so they have a 60s or 70s era Paul dancing in a song that Paul wrote in 2020, 40, 50 years later, which is really strange. Speaking of which, I have thought of doing an homage to wildlife, maybe replacing Paul and the members of Wings with my own characters or something in some sort of nature scene. Although I'd probably crop it so it's just like this, so it's just focused on them. But I can get that they probably wanted a shot that emphasized the nature because the album is called Wildlife. I don't know, just looking at this cover, suddenly something occurred to me. If I compare that to, I don't know, John Lennon's album, well, it's all glassy, so I guess maybe I'll take the booklet out. The cover for Plastic Ono Band. I don't know, it's like both of them are nature scenes next to water. You could almost make it look like it's just one continuous scene, with Paul and Wings on one side and John and Yoko on the other. That just occurred to me. Or maybe you could do it like this, I don't know. Oh, put that. I don't know, I think this works better. Because Paul and Wings are over a river or something, and John and Yoko and yeah. And maybe I should do a large drawing that's kind of, I don't know, my own characters, but it kind of combines both covers. Some, half my characters are sitting in a river or above a river, and then some other characters are by a tree that's on the side of the riverbank. I don't know. I know it's kind of strange to combine John and Paul's solo albums just because both of them started taking jabs at each other on their albums. Paul wrote Too Many People on his album Ram, taking a little piss out of John and Yoko. Too Many People Preaching Practices. Then John angrily wrote on his Imagine album How Do You Sleep? And then Paul responded with Let Me Roll It. Basically, kind of doing a weird homage to John, doing a song in his style, or that's what Paul said he did. Okay. Let's get back to this. Almost done with all 24 frames. Okay, a bunch of blue balls are in the center of the drawing, so I should spread them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. There. So now there's a gap in the middle. Maybe a bunch of balls clustering on this side, so maybe scatter them again. One, two, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 17. It's like oh shit. I forgot. This has to go to... I should have made it go into frame 24 somehow. Well... yeah, it's something I should have taken into account. I forgot. So... I might do frame 23 over. Because it has to transition to frame 24 somehow, so... okay, let's... oh, no. Make them... I don't know, yellow or something. Color that stands out. Yeah, these are just references. I'm not going to actually have them turn yellow. Just so I can say, you know, they have to go from these spots to these red ones somehow. I have to do an in-between frame. Excuse me. So I have to go from yellow to blue. So some of these kind of overlap, so that they can just stay in the same spot or just shift a little bit. One, whoops. Let's move that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Well, I guess I could. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14, 15, 16, 17. One, 6, 7, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1. Yeah, I'm not sure where to put the 19th one. One, two. I'll just put a random 19th one there. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. I should probably do a color ref thing. This will be yeah, just a note to myself with the ink dropper what size I'm doing and then which color exactly. A friend saying, am I going to be available next Friday? I'll just say maybe. Well, what is next Friday? 11th? I don't think I have anything planned on the 11th. Yeah, sorry. Friend texting me interrupting. Shit, I just realized it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, I've basically spent most of the stream just trying to figure out what the fuck am I doing. I don't know. Nobody knows what they're doing. Just want to maybe add a little glowy center to these balls. And maybe not that bright. Not too bright. Maybe I do want it a little brighter. What if I had the center be a completely different color, like a yellow or something, or I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, make it a little bit brighter so it's more noticeable. hear fireworks going off, and I heard one of the dogs get up. Probably scared. Probably color ref. This is 115. There. Okay, here. Yeah, some lowy bits. They don't always have to be in the center. It could be like, you know, the glowy bits may shift. That makes them look more strange. And they might change in size also for frames where and something else I'm thinking, like aside from Venus and Mars, I'm also thinking of the one Bugs Bunny short where like Bugs Bunny tricks Elmer into think he has like a rabbit disease. And basically you start seeing spots everywhere. They go around in circles and then everything turns black. That's almost what it looks like to me. I don't remember the name of that particular short. Excuse me. Oh, I hear one of the dogs outside. I think it's Scamp. He's probably confused what to do. So all the fireworks. Let me see if he'll want to come in. Scamp. Scamp. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here. You want to come in? Scamp. Come here. You want in? I guess I'll pick you up. I guess I should leave the door a little cracked open if you want to leave. There, I'll be a little bit merciful to you. Say hello, Scamp. Hello, everybody. I'll let you be my my guest star tonight, Scamp. Whoop. Oh, well, I guess the door will shut anyway just because I have my window open and that lets in a bit of wind. I wish I could, without risk of copyright strike, play music. Because playing some tracks off Venus and Mars would actually be appropriate, like the opening track where it goes into a rock show or whatever. Geez, I'm only on layer 14. I still have 10 more to go. What do you want, Scamp? I think Scamp is like might be trying to look for a way to jump off. It's like, okay, I've had enough. Scamp, you're on the internet. Okay. Hey, Scampy. Now he's lying in my lap. Okay, almost done with all 24 frames. Yeah, sorry this is taking a while. You're sniffing me, Scamp. Oh, he wants up. Yeah, you were slipping down a little bit. You know, my lap is not exactly the most stable space to sit on. Poor Scamp is probably wondering what's going on with all the bangs outside. Okay, layer. Oh, forgot this one. Oh, there's a few I skipped. Shit. Was there a layer? Oh, wait. Okay, there was a layer I accidentally had on. This is blocking it. Yeah, I've got a little cluster over here. Okay. Now let's be like save. Okay, now I'm gonna do something weird. See, it's 24 times 3, that's like 70, what, 72 frames? Okay, I'm gonna save this as a separate file.
Okay, I'll let you down, Scamp. Say bye to the camera. Bye-bye! Yeah, I do a terrible Scamp voice. I think someone wants out now. Funny thing, if I'm like lying in bed and Scamp comes in my room, he'll look at me and start barking, wanting to be put on the bed. He's a very assertive dog. What's even weirder is if you try to pick Scamp up and put him on the bed, like he'll walk away. Like he's scared. It's something I've never understood. He's a very odd dog. Sometimes. Okay. So let's see how this looks. This does look pretty weird. Like, I'm not sure people would know there's like supposed to be only 19 of them at a time. Like if someone's eye tries to follow only one ball at a time, like would they be able to tell that any of the balls are actually moving, or they realize it's just random? I mean, I hope this looks okay in stream or something. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do I want to add glowy, like an extra glow around each ball? But I want to add like another layer behind. It looks almost like they could be eyes or something, just random eyes in the dark. I'll let Scamp out. Okay, little dog. You've been waiting patiently. There you go. Go do whatever. Oh, I think he wants engaged now. Here. Gabe just wanted to be in my brother's room. Yeah. I'll add something else in the background, like should it be yellow dots that are equal in size, or smaller or something? I could do something similar where... Maybe I could have like... Now, just so I'm not influenced by where the red dots are, I'll have all the yellow dots on a separate layer behind or something. Maybe they'll be like, I don't know, since they're smaller, maybe only 24 of them, I don't know. Oops. $180. Oops. Oh shit. Put that on the wrong layer. Four, five, six, seven, eight, 9. I guess the yellow dots could look like they're like shooting stars or something, or where they're constantly going in. I don't know. Maybe they're constantly racing to the side. I don't know. There we go. I should probably name these layers just so I know. Just so it's not layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. There's a little, I can kind of distinguish things better. Red 4. Red 5 standing by. Yeah, here's an exciting part of
doing art, naming all your layers. Excuse me. 13. Red 14. Red 15. There we go. Yeah, turn this. Having less of them, it'll be easier to keep track of them. Maybe. Here's an idea. How about while the red ones go in like kind of random directions, how about the blue ones have like an actual path? Since I'll have less of them, it'll be easier to keep track of them and kind of use. Oops. I could use this to kind of keep track of what path they're going on. I'm going to need a brighter background to see where they're going. Okay, this will be a little easy. Well, maybe not that bright. Okay, that'll be a bit easier to track the paths of each. trying to think, like, dog's barking at something. Just trying to think, like, what if the yellow light balls went into, like, straight paths, and I track where they're going with the previous frames. I forgot to mention something earlier, that I'm not totally done, like, watching the Fantastic Four movies. I was going to listen to the director's commentaries. Like, actually, the first movie has a commentary by the cast, the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom himself. And then the Rise of the Silver Surfer actually has two commentaries, one by director Tim Story, and then another commentary by Avi Arad, who is, I think, in charge of Marvel movies, and he's still working on the Marvel films, like Morbius, being the producer on that. And weirdly, Tim Story's director's commentary actually did address a couple of the plot holes that Peter the Cat brought up. Like there was one scene in Silver Surfer where Reed Richards is, like, dancing in his own clothes, Stretch with him. And Tim Story actually does address that was something they talked about. Like, should they explain that Reed Richards designed his own clothes to stretch with him? But then they decided, like, no, that would just take too long to explain. And then, trying to think. You know what? I'm not really happy with how this is looking so far. Maybe I should just shoot. Trying to think what else he mentioned. There's some other things there was a lot of talk about, like, trying to balance serious scenes with funny scenes and how much information they give to the audience. I mean, even if you don't think the Fantastic Four movies are very good, like, it's still interesting, like, hearing him talk about the creative process and how they decide what happens in each scene, and, you know, what does the audience need to know and everything to move the plot along, or doing character moments and things like that. I'm trying to remember, like, oh yeah, and like, a plot hole I didn't think about was, how is the Silver Surfer able to project, do that projection on his stomach when he's separated from his board? And I didn't even think about that, but Tim's Story was like, they thought about, would it make sense, and then they thought, screw it, let's just do it, because this is an important exposition scene that the characters in the audience needs to know. Okay, I'll just do this like what I did with the red dots. Just have the yellow ones move in random directions. I don't even remember where they're going. There's 10? Really? I thought there was 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I'm gonna add an 11th one. Somewhere. And maybe one there. Yeah, I just want an odd number. another interesting part. I remember Tim's story like addressed the whole complaint about Galactus being just a giant cloud, and it's really interesting. He mentions that there were plans for like to do a third movie and also a Silver Surfer spin-off. And the idea with Galactus was they wanted Galactus to be like abstract or something, so that's why they went with a cloud where you can't really tell what he's supposed to be. Like, you know, is the cloud Galactus or just a part of Galactus? And they did have like hints of Galactus's comic book form appearing in behind some of the clouds. But it's interesting to think like had the Silver Surfer done better, they would have done like kept going with these movies. And then of course, you know, 2008 was Iron Man. And I don't know, if somehow they kept the Tim Story Fantastic Four films popular or something, maybe, I don't know, maybe they would have had those characters cross over with the MCU. I don't know. Just trying to think. Like, are the yellow dots going to look like they're moving too slowly if I just have them move a little bit each frame? And or should I, like, have them streaking across like it's a meteor shower or something? That's what I'm not sure about. I don't know. Maybe I should have the yellow balls like moving faster or something. Oops. Shit. Oh. Layers don't delete unless they're visible. Oh, silly me. It's probably a... Well, that's good. They don't delete layers unless they're visible. That's a little bit of a relief. Keep that layer. It'll be easier for me if I just rename all these layers just so I can tell the difference between them. And I don't click the wrong one by accident. 3, pink 13. Probably should have named these earlier. Pink 24. There. So that way I can tell the layers from each other a little bit easier. What am I going to have these yellow ones do? Just have them I'm just trying to think, like, do I want the yellow dots just scattering in random directions or something? Move, going across, like, shooting stars, or like they're a background that's scrolling? I'm not sure. So I'll just have them dance in random directions. I don't know. Let's try just dancing in random directions. That's what I was doing before. The only thing is, like, what if I have some circles just going the same, back and forth in the same direction, and then it just looks like they're vibrating back and forth, and it looks boring. This is like just them wandering in random directions. Of course, I'll eventually have to. Maybe I could have some walk off, and then the same frame of the yellow one disappears, another one comes on screen to replace it. So maybe here. Or maybe it looks like it loops off screen, I don't know. We'll have a yellow dot appear right there in the corner as this one at the top disappears. So it always remains, there's 11 total. Looks like two collide, almost. Like gravitationally bound to each other, I don't know. You know, maybe there'll be some dots that just barely come on screen and then disappear. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so that's 13. So get rid of 2 eventually. A couple collisions occurring. Yeah, this is gonna be one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 14. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This one will leave. Maybe see. Well, this is only halfway done, so maybe have it. Yellow. It's like these yellow dots will be doing their own thing. Behind the red ones. It's going to look really strange. You know, maybe I'll, I don't know, add bolts of electricity behind. You know, kind of like, maybe, I don't know, something resembling nebulas or something. You know, going with the outer space theme. You're just layering on these just to see what it looks like. Oops, hit the wrong. It's like the yellow ones aren't really interacting with the red ones. The yellow ones are doing their own thing, basically. this one will leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like, I'm kind of not paying attention to how this is kind of moving these randomly, so I don't know, like, if the same yellow balls are colliding over and over or not. For all I know, the balls might be going too fast once I see them in motion, or maybe some of them are going too slow. I don't know. Okay, almost to frame 24, so I'm gonna have to like make these resemble the first frame again somehow. So yellow with, I'll just say, adjustment. Oh, no, don't make it. Yeah, make them, I don't know, pink, just to be a note to myself when I get to frame 20 or something. Oops, not yellow red. Yellow ref. Be like, okay, they all have to be back in these same positions. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then there's a 12th one that's about to leave the frame. Okay, I'm gonna have them return to their spots. There's gonna be like what? Let's see. What frame is this? So I'm gonna be frame 20. They may have to zip very fast to get back to their original spots. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I might have to number all these. I figure out like okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's let that one disappear at the bottom. Maybe it would help if I like did something like this. 1, 2, 3, there. It's like I have a path for it now. Okay, where did I leave off? Shoot. Okay, so yellow. It's gonna probably look a bit strange. they do whatever they want for several frames, and then all of a sudden, on frame 20, they go back to their original spots. They just zoom over or something. I'm not sure if that's going to look good at all. Maybe I just shouldn't worry about it too much. One, two, three, four, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess just let them have a random path or something. I'll probably end this stream soon. It's getting late. Okay, frame 24. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I see there's a problem here. Okay, most of these have paths to the first frame, but I have a stray one that somehow has to jump over here. Hmm. Maybe I have one light leave and then have another come up and go into... Let's go to frame 20. Okay, I'll cheat and... I have a light pop up. Then, oops. There. Now I just need that one. There, I just had a light pop up where it should be. All of a sudden. Now this means, shit, what is the stray light I had? Yeah, that stray light there. Let's see where it goes. Or where it went. Hmm. 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 Maybe I redirect it to leave. I'm going to alter this one, this one's course in the middle, since I don't, where it just leaves really fast. What layer am I on? Okay, so 767, it's okay. Have it alter course, so it leaves. Really fast. Okay, here. careful not to erase one of the other lights. There. Instead, it will rush off this way. So there's okay. We're on 69. Shit. Come on. It's like I forgot which one it is. But I know it's right there, frame 69. I should have kept track of where the original was. Crap. Okay, I think it's that one. This one. Hopefully I got the right one. I'm making a leave. There. And that's the last one. Okay. Oh, damn, 10:30. Definitely need to... Well, let me just, really quick... Test how these look. 4, 3, yellow, 4... guess I could just call it Y5, Y6, so on. Yellow 8. Yellow 9. Yellow 10. Yeah, sorry, just renaming all these layers. Yellow 12. Yellow 15. Yellow 17. Yellow 20, yellow 21, yellow 22, yellow 23, yellow 25, finally. Alright. Now, out of curiosity, let's merge these together and see how they look. There we go. Work in progress animation. Before I like oops. Animate these. Yeah, this is a very tedious step, just merging all the layers, making all the frames. I mean, I don't know how this is going to look. Again, I'm not planning any of this animation, I'm just doing whatever comes to mind. Okay. This is probably going to look really weird. Let's open this in. Above 60%. Yeah, it looks hella weird. I mean, when there's this stuff, much stuff cluttered, it's like you don't really know what direction the yellow ones are moving. Yeah, it does look utterly chaotic. I am kind of starting to like this a bit more. I might add, I don't know, maybe some stars or other things in the background. Yeah. I'm okay with how this looks so far. It makes me think of like some sort of chemistry video, and these are atoms vibrating in place or something. Maybe I should like turn off all the red ball layers and just see what the yellow ones look like by themselves. Just out of curiosity, but... Oh, yeah, if anyone has opinions on how this looks, go ahead. Nope. No, not that one. The cells jittering around. Yeah. It is kind of meant to be abstract. But I'm not sure a lot of people get this as a reference to Venus and Mars, red and yellow stuff together. I mean, again, it's not supposed to be an exact replica, it just kind of looks reminiscent. Have a light core to them. How about some glowy parts in the yellow ones? Let's call it... Alright. That wax better. I mean, I should get going to bed also. I should probably
call it a night myself soon. See if I can just, next 5 minutes, just there. Add little glowy parts to all the, oops. Yeah, now what do all these red and yellow balls colliding with each other have to do with eggs? I don't know. But what do all the weird blue and pink electricity things have to do with Domino holding a flaming pie? The grind never stops. All these weird lights.
Almost done with. Three. And Y24. Yeah, finish up all the little bright centers and there we go. Wait, there's a yellow. It's yellow 25. Oh shit! I mislabeled some of these. I just realized that should be 23. Mislabeled that 25. 24. So that's the last one for real. Good thing I spotted that mistake. Here we are. Okay, I'll work on this animation later. Like, this is pretty complicated. But anyway, I guess I'll call it a night. So, thank you everyone for watching. Gracias por la visita. Okay, I'm on DeviantArt, Weasel, Shitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, Tumblr, for Shinko for Affinity, by myself on Cafe Press. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. You know, I'm not sure what I'm going to add to this background next. I don't know, maybe like some star streaks or something in the background, or yellow and red sparks. Just to, you know, add a bit more detail, make it more interesting. Maybe a nebula background, I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. I was just making stuff up as I go. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and I forget if I mentioned in one of my previous streams, but I now qualify for like affiliate status. So thank you everyone for helping me to that point. You know, I haven't actually applied for affiliate yet. It's just Twitch tells me I can now apply for it. I'm not quite sure what affiliate status is gonna do exactly. Like, I don't know, do I get paid or do I get extra perks or something? You know, do I get to have a dinner with Jeff Bezos or something? Which would be kind of awkward because Jeff Bezos isn't exactly the most ethical businessman himself, but oh well. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Good night. And now for that pesky off switch. Doing my Howard Bloom impression once again. I think I found it.